your status as well, alhamdulillah.
What do you think is the best governed Muslim country today?
Muslim country.
Muslim country.
I can't think of one of them.
Here comes a new challenger.
Ibn Khaldun says that adl assess on justice is the foundation of all the religions. Sometimes when people, the immediate thing that we mention is either
An honor to be sure.
Places.
Round one.
But I think that if you for 20 years, into the judiciary and so on. I don't think a state is built on personality. You mentioned Malaysia. Potential to manifest power, so intention. And I know that you asked me why you're here, and I'm sort of proud. I don't think necessarily personalities, as if somehow in our heads the personalities disappear, then somehow based on a spiritual
JP
and it's not
wins.
it's not only based on what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has called upon, but it also argues about the practical reality of what happens when there is no rule of law, when you don't respect rule of law, even if the ruler is somebody who is, very ostensibly Muslim. Ibn Khaldun says that people thrive in freedom, and that people thrive when there is clarity in terms of what is
Here
halal.
comes a new
When we know what's
challenger.
halal, when we know what's haram, the Muslim knows where the boundaries are, and therefore they're able to innovate within those boundaries. But when they're not clear, they stop innovating. For example, let's say me and you have a business, and mashallah, we succeed and we become millionaires and the like. But the whim of somebody who wakes up, like at University in Turkey when Erdogan clashed with Davutoglu, Erdogan basically smashed the university institution, becoming one of the top globally. He smashed the institution as part of his beef with Davutoglu when they fell out with each other over how the state structure should look like Erdogan taking this much about it, that when the government wanted to crack down and increase surveillance and the like, the judge came and said this is illegal. And they could not do anything about it. There is a social contract.
Here comes a new challenger.
Versions of the law, what it means is there is always recourse. And I think that I end with this point. I think the best example is that in every Muslim country, without exception,
let us begin.
People pay for someone to get frequency from the face. If I was to influence the save him from that. And this was in many ways. It's Islam and identifying yourself as So we were sitting in my hotel room and listening to Suhail.
Down for one more?
Charities getting stuff because we give 97%. The charities have charity. Smart investment that was made. 97%. Doesn't matter how big it is, was unable to achieve the intended aim. And therefore the question becomes, and I remember saying to him that is it therefore accepted if you give charity knowing it could get stuck, whereas you could invest in something different that could get that charity through? So we were talking about this, and there is a statistic that shows that American Muslims, I think, when they the collection of their zakat, I think is more than a billion in the US every single year. Something that
Here comes a new challenger. Get ready. Hope you're ready. Round one. Fight. I'm just on another level. Round two. Fight. Knuckle! Get to it! Bad idea. Kyle wins.
Now, find a new rival.
Show me up. Round one. This will hurt. Round two. Fight. This is your last ride. Let's go. Zongia wins. Round one.
Busy?
Yeah, I'm still outside of my first.
Yeah, they I think they took their self.
When you're in, they took it.
Yeah, when I looked for it, it wasn't there. That shit fell out or something.
Man. I get that. I'm still dropping off these.
Hey, man. Don't forget me like you did yesterday.
Alright.
What time you finishing,
This is
bro?
your last ride. Let's go. You're in great test.
What's up? But you know into that, I don't know.
You gotta do this. Still ain't hit me. I like it.
The sweet spot.
Oh, you booty. I can't wait to run into you.
Zongia wins.
Mark my words. Me.
Now, find a new rival.
Straight booty. Look, now you want to back up, but was sneaking me the whole time.
Not your day.
Got it. Get out of here. Get up out of here. Pull your weight tonight. Let's see. Outside.
Here comes a new challenger. Let us begin. Time for round one. Fight. Ryu wins! Round one. Fight! Shoryuken!
Suck.
Terry wins! Round one. Fight! My turn.
got it. Up.
Real wins.
Sucks so bad. I need a bogey. Like.
There's an incredible statistic. It's a huge number that they give to zakat and they give to charity every single year. It eclipses what APAC spends on lobbying in the US.
I know Muslims in total 600 billion. I think Muslims worldwide give
Muslims worldwide. So I think that the statistic I was looking at was America at the time. So it's a huge, it's an astounding number, and it's what Zionists spend on APAC pales in comparison. There's no comparison between what APAC spends and between the zakat. Zakat is way higher in terms of its money. So I remember remarking to him and saying, subhanAllah, if we took just less than 10%,
Here comes a new challenger.
and on that zakat, I think we could make a tremendous difference in terms of advancing Muslim interests in the Western world. So he looks at me and
Get ready. Miss
the zakat is built on 8 minutes. But he said, the interesting thing is
This is out of control. Yes. One second. Let me see if I have it. actually don't even see it right now. I'm looking for it. I think I have the number to
What
call, right?
number is?
Just you said to call.
No, I'm saying usually the instructions will have the law firm that
Yeah,
has the judgment. And so you call the law firm and try to work out an arrangement on the judgment. So
yeah.
whose name is on that second page?
I don't I don't even see the page, but when I had called motor vehicle, they had gave me a number to that place.
What number is that?
It's 201
201
862
862.
9500.
Hold the line.
Okay.
It's the law firm. They're closed today and tomorrow, so I have to call them because they have all the information. I'll have to call them Monday.
Can I think I think I found it. I think because I had texted to somebody else.
It's Myers, right?
Let me see.
The law firm of Myers, they handle a lot of automobile accident cases.
Is it? I don't know. Oh yes.
You've seen it.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Like Myers,
Uh-huh.
you've seen it. See, usually I have to call them, and they have all the information.
All right.
In other words, right, you can't drive. You call them and say you want to drive. Then they say, well, you owe us $11,000. How much are you proposing to pay each month? You tell them what you want to pay. If they say, no, we want more than that, a lot of people just file bankruptcy to wipe out the claim. So I'll get back to you on Monday. I'll have all the information, the case number, etc. Because I believe you want to go to bankruptcy route.
Yes. So I don't have
All
any
right,
income right now. I'm not working.
no problem. To file bankruptcy, you do have an out-of-pocket expense of 25 or $30. You need that to secure what we call pre-bankruptcy certificate. I'm not affiliated with that, but all debtors have to secure a certificate in order for me as a bankruptcy attorney to file your petition with the bankruptcy court. Let me check something because I'm going to email you a tear-off, and you're going to contact Alan and sign up for their first course, and that's like $25 online or $30 by phone. And you get
So
that certificate, and then they give it to me, and then I'm allowed to file your bankruptcy petition. There's no waiver. All debtors have to do it.
So if I don't understand, well, I understand, but I don't understand if you file bankruptcy and if I don't have an income, how are they
I
asking?
understand, but there's certain procedures as a lawyer I have to follow before I can actually file the petition with the bankruptcy court. Congress has stated anybody that files bankruptcy has to secure a certificate of counseling from an approved credit counseling agency. All debtors have to do it, not just you. Everybody has to do it. So that means I'm going to send you a tear-off, and you're going to contact Alan and say you need to sign up for the first course. You can ask them to waive the fee of $25 or $30, but I don't get involved in that. You can say you're not working. It's very imperative that you need to file bankruptcy. Can you please waive the fee? Sometimes they'll do it, but I don't get involved in that.
Okay.
There's no way around it. As a lawyer, I won't file the petition unless I have that certificate in your name. All bankruptcy attorneys would tell you that. Because you're not working, the filing fee for bankruptcy, the filing fee for Chapter 7 is $338. But because you're saying you're not working, that fee is waived. You don't have to pay that, but you got to pay the $25 or $30 to get that certificate.
All right. Thank you.
Hold on. Let me make sure I have your. Let me check something. Hold on. When was the last time you filed income tax?
The past year.
When you file bankruptcy, the bankruptcy court wants to see a copy of your income tax return. You haven't had income for how many months?
Like the past 3 months.
Uh,
Probably more.
Prior to that, you were working?
On unemployment.
Okay. I have your email address, your name at iCloud.
My name dot my last name.
At iCloud.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to email you a tear-off. That tear-off's going to be from Allen Credit and Debt Counseling.
Uh-huh.
There are 2 courses. You got to sign up for the first course. The tear-off I have is a little outdated. You know, with inflation, everybody increased their prices. Over the phone, it's $30. Online, it's $25. And then you'll see on the tear-off that has my attorney access code.
trade. And they said, why are you going? He said, because it's my means of sustenance. So they said, no, take from the Baytul Mal as like a salary, so that you're able to do your job as Khalifa and not be distracted by what you need in the dunya by going to the market. But he said the eighth one is the mad one. He didn't say mad one, but it's the way I heard him say it. The eighth one is a very interesting one, he says. He speaks in a very English way, very interesting. It's like when the English want to tell you your idea is rubbish, they tell you, I understand what you're saying, but they don't tell you your idea is terrible. So he says the eighth one is the one that's very interesting. I said, what's the eighth one? He said there are some who argue, at least amongst the Hanafis, he's a Hanafi faqih. He said they argue that zakat can be given to non-Muslims that might have animosity to Islam, to make them neutral while you focus on another enemy. The idea of trying to buy a neutrality while you focus on a more immediate enemy who causes harm. And I said to him, if you're telling me that I can go to America and tell the guys who zakat money can be used to finance a couple of campaigns here and there, to topple some rabid pro-genocider who voted to send arms to the Israelis to bomb the Palestinians, I told him I'd be lynched. I would be lynched by the Muslim community in America who would say, how dare we spend zakat on these systems and the like? How dare we spend? I only give it to charity because I get money in charity. I told him, Suhail, I know my community. My community only invests in tangible things, not intangible things. Zionists invest in intangible. Zionists invest, for example, when you look at Ben Shapiro in his channel, tangibly measure his impact for me. It's very difficult. You can't tangibly measure his impact. You know he has impact. You know he has influence. You know the person has influence. But you can't tangibly measure it. Even if you were to look at the views, those wouldn't be the whole views because many people download the videos and they re-upload it and then there are many views elsewhere. So even in terms of those numbers, they might not be accurate. How many times has Jalal done a podcast with an individual? It gets maybe, 100,000 views or the like, but the clips that he cuts or that other people cut on TikTok end up getting 1 million plus. Jalal will never see the 1 million plus. Jalal, when he goes to a donor, they'll just see 100K and be like, what's this thinking Muslim? You only got 100K views. They don't realize that somebody else has cut the clip from Thinking Muslim, from the content he created, and now suddenly it's gone on 1 million views, or clips that you've cut, for example, that have gone viral, or the like. So the Zionists appreciate that this has huge impact. They appreciate the intangible things you can't measure are still worth investing in. The Muslims, they say, I will only invest in something that's tangible. I use the 10 food packages for $10. I can't be investing or giving money on something that I can't measure, on something that Mahmoud and Sammy will simply come about and they'll be like, yeah, we measured it because we were able to influence people to go and punish genocide. Prove it. I can't prove it. I don't have tangible metrics to prove it. But the community can see that there was some sort of impact. I told Suhail, I can't convince the community to invest in something intangible, like media channels, like journalists, like analysts, to, for example, give zakat to people who, for example, have a camera in their room and they are trying to sway public opinion to talk to other audiences in such a way that it goes from being pro-Israel to pro-Palestine. Tucker Carlson starts saying we need to cut funding to the Israelis. I don't want to give my zakat to organize a trip for Ta-Nehisi Coates to go and see Palestine. Yes, he went there 10 days and he suddenly went from pro-Israel to pro-Palestine. Yes, 10 days. Big money for these non-Muslims to go and change their opinions on the like it's something so weird. And that's why I said to him that if I enter the room of God, I said, I want to take you and see Palestine, see what the Ummah looks like. Because he said this is a waste of money. I will not allow zakat for it. I will not allow my money for it. It's not something he said, spend so much zakat, it never seems inherent structure. Keep giving it to zakat was this institution that didn't do anything. Stop and if there's a weighty analyst who said it, I think I should come as a leader. This was something I should be able to see it before, but I should measure how much money he was together. And then he measured how much money he was spending. Resources and the resources. And therefore, question about spending and actually the just 1% or 2% of that your actual Apex spends. If you took just 1% or 2%, you would have every cent, every penny that Apex spent. At this level, doesn't the general where spirituals move to the political and social this message should the people of Malaysia transform society. I think that it's been slightly misleading. I don't think that maybe things are changing. Zateo, I think his views.
Come on, back up to the car. What are you doing?
Round 2. Fight. Terry, win!
worse than anything Trump could do. It has anything worse. I believe the normalization of genocide as an election winner, because the reason Harris is not stopping genocide is because if she stops it, she will lose. Biden believes if he stops genocide, he will lose. Harris believes that if she stops the genocide, she may suffer like Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush, whose only mistake was they called for a ceasefire. Jamal Bowman voted for the Iron Dome. Jamal Bowman voted for weapons for Israel. It's just that later, when he heard the loud backlash to it, he thought, let me hold the stick from the middle and call for a ceasefire as well. What Jamal Bowman did was, he was saying that Zionists were once invincible, but maybe they might not be as invincible as they was before, so let me hold the stick from the middle and appease the other side as well. The Zionists said the fact that you doubt our invincibility is unforgivable. We will show you what invincibility looks like and spend 24 million on a race where even after gerrymandering, the population should be pro-Israel anyway, but they didn't want to take any chances to spend 24 million to my contention is, Mehdi Hassan argues, and so do the others argue, and Mehdi will forgive me, I know that he has right to reply, etc., but Mehdi Hassan argues, based on what I've read about is, guys, you don't understand, Trump will be much worse, things will get much worse. And maybe there is a grounding for that argument. But I'm not arguing that Harris is worse than Trump. I'm arguing the consequences of a party winning an election on the back of genocide, winning an election because it believes genocide is the way to win. If it's not genocide, it will lose. The political calculation.
Terry,
said that the damage inflicted on us by Gaza, by our support for Gaza, is greater than anything that we imagine. What possessed you the following day to write an article in Politico to say uncommitted doesn't mean we're abandoning you? What possessed you? Why, when they were scared, did you go to reassure them? Why at the DNC, when they refused to let you on stage, why do you sit there 4 days outside the DNC and you say to them, we know you're killing the Palestinians, but we're still going to help you? And so why? Oscar, even if you plan to vote for the Democrats, shush until November. Do you see Zionists airing the differences in their community, saying maybe you've forgiven us? Zionists are quiet until November. Why did you open your mouth? Why did you come out and say it could be worse? 240,000 Palestinians killed, and still you kept saying, we'll vote for you. Bombs on the Jabalia refugee camp killing 400 people in one bomb. You came out next day and said, we'll still vote for you. Said that our legs blown off. The next day you say, we'll still vote for you. They airdrop aid and they kill Palestinians with that aid that was airdropped. The next day you say online, we'll still vote for you because it could be worse. Leah, without me. Leah. Why? Why? Shut up. Shush. At least until November, play poker. Don't show them your hand. Don't show them the cards. Because what could have happened, and I'll tell you a funny story. When I was in November, when I came here, I sat with some of the other organizations. One of them said to me, Sammy, we're representatives. It was an official meeting. I just came to give a talk and go home. They said to me, Sammy, what do you think our strategy should be? I said, in my opinion, Trump could well be worse. But I think that if Democrats truly feel like they will lose because of Gaza, they might change their candidate from Biden to somebody else. But that requires us to really give the impression that we're genuinely going to abandon the Democrats. We have to all sing from one hymn sheet and say we're going to, and I think by February, March, I think they will remove Biden because the Democrats, they don't love Israel more than they love their seats. If they know support for Israel is going to make them lose, they will swap Biden. They'll find an excuse and they'll get rid of him. That's not what happened. They eventually removed Biden, but only because he flopped in the debate. It wasn't because of Gaza. I know some people want to claim it's because of Gaza. It wasn't because of Gaza. And the proof is, look at Kamala Harris. She didn't change her policy on Gaza. In fact, she's worse than Biden because Biden at least used to say, both sides are hurting. Kamala Harris won't even allow them to speak at the DNC. And when they tried to protest, she said, I'm speaking. I believed in November that there was a way in which you could actually still vote Democrat in November. That if you could give the impression they would lose because of Gaza, you could subvert the Zionist influence and they would change their candidate. That's why it breaks my heart that in February and March, when Reuters are reporting that the Democrats are gathering to discuss whether Gaza will really hurt them in November, while they're at the table debating, Muslims went to them and said, just so you know, we're still voting for you. They went, really? Look at these guys. All right, bombs away. Let's keep supporting. We don't need to hold it because they're still going to vote for us. And that's why when I respond to the argument, my argument is not that it's built on a premise that these are evil people who want to forgive genocide. My argument is, why did you open your mouths? Why did you scream from the hilltops that you would still be willing to vote for genociders? Why did you keep reassuring them when they were panicking? Why did you preemptively go to them and tell them, don't worry, we'll still vote for you? Why did you go and ask for crumbs when the Palestinians didn't ask you to? Why did you go and give cover Muslims for Harris? Why did you go and give cover to this genocide on the day that Lebanon gets bombed by the Israelis? Why do you keep reassuring these Democrats Democrats publicly that you're ready to forgive them and that genocide is not a red line. I cannot for the life of me understand this. I cannot understand this tactic. I cannot understand this strategy because, wallahi, in my opinion, the genocide could stop tomorrow if Muslims took a stand. The reason it continues is because they don't. In 1982, King Fahd called Reagan and he stopped the attack on Lebanon. In 2001, King Abdullah called Bush and he stopped the repression of the Second Intifada. Bin Salman hasn't called Bush yet, hasn't called Biden yet. But the problem is that the Muslims themselves, they could have said in Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, areas where Muslims potentially have the deciding vote, they could have said genocide is a red line unless you stop. Unless they didn't. They said that, guys, our community is divided. Can you please give us a few statements here and there to keep our community at least on board? And this is the point that I'm saying, is that when you say, what would you say to those who say we still need to vote for Harris? I would say, may Allah forgive you, because there could have been a situation where you might have genuinely gone and vote Democrat, but you ruined it because you opened your mouth. You ruined it by reassuring them. You ruined it by you kept raising your voice and saying to them, we'll still vote for, vote for. All you had to do was shut. And you did. This is not to Mehdi Hassan. You've been annihilating the Zionists and you've been doing a wonderful job at it. But you didn't need to tell Democrats that they were the better option. You could have said to them, we're ready to abandon you. You didn't. You reassured them. And that's why Kamala Harris today. When she makes the gamble, who should I offend? Zionists or the Muslims? She doesn't dare offend the Zionists because they said, you stop genocide, we'll punish you. She said, let's offend the Muslims because they keep telling us proactively that they're ready to forgive us. And you said tragically and sarcastically the other day that it seems that the Zionists are more principled than the Muslims in this scenario. I would even make the argument that Trump is better than Harris, even in office, because of his branding of being a dictator and being someone that will end democracy. He's a political liability for the Zionists. If he shows himself to be, yes, go, kill them all, kill more, suddenly Europe and the Democrats will become anti-genocide. It'll be very difficult politically to side with Trump, who you've labeled as a dictator, as a Hitler type. I haven't, but yeah, go ahead. Not you. The Democrats actually themselves have labeled him as such. And then he goes and supports a genocide that's very hard politically to pull off. So Trump is a political liability for the Zionists, and that really helps us as Muslims strategically. Because the Democrats have a lovely face. I always argue that when Trump moved the embassy to Jerusalem, the EU didn't follow. Not because they don't believe in moving the embassy, but because Trump did it. It's ugly when Trump does it. If Harris had done it, it would have been historic. If Saudi had normalized under Harris, it would have been historic. If Morocco normalized under Harris, it would be historic. When Trump does it, it's transactional, it's ugly, it's nasty. But when Democrats do it, it's the same action, but there is a makeup. Meaning that when you resist it, you won't find your allies quickly on your side because the other side has a nice and present face. So the reason I paint the scenario is, let's flip it now and Trump wins instead. I argue that Democrats are pro-Palestine in opposition and Zionist in power. Democrats are on your side in opposition, against you in power. Democrats know they need you to win, but they abandon you when they're in power because they don't need you to stay in power. The Democrats, if Trump wins, every argument you have against Trump, they will epitomize it and they will support you in it because they will do anything to topple Trump. They will throw the kitchen sink. Your language will actually be normalized with Democrats in opposition than if they are in power. If I'm calculating who do I resist better, it's easier to resist Trump than it is to resist Harris. What I want to ask you though is, hey Salam guys, I'm very excited to finally release our Patreon account where you can become a monthly supporter and invest in the Ansari podcast and get ad-free episodes, exclusive interviews that are usually unreleased in the final cut. And if you want to see us bring on more and better guests, more and better equipment, and more and better shows, then subscribe and support us at patreon.com/Ansari podcast. We've partnered with Cure, the original black seed company founded by a Palestinian woman. These are some of the best gummies that I've ever had. They're black seed and honey gummies with a splash of apple cider vinegar. You can find them at cureyourworld.com or follow them on Instagram at cureyourworld and use the Ansari code Ansari15 to get 15% off. Get yours today. Who should because we shouldn't vote for Harris. That's a given. Any Muslim who does that, I don't know, may Allah forgive them. But between Trump and, for example, a Jill Stein or a third party, who should Muslims vote for? So, one of the things that came to my attention was the Democrats were trying to sue third-party candidates. One in particular, a lady. They were trying to sue her off the ballots in
A new warrior has entered the ring!
The Muslim political mentality, as he stands, is the system is rigged, the system is against us, there's no hope, we have no power,
Get ready.
and Zionism is supreme. And the Democrats, were exaggerating the fear of the Muslim vote. Why are the Democrats trying to sue the third-party candidate? Tell me the third-party candidate can't vote because it's a two-party system. Okay, why are they getting the third party? What is the threat that they see? What's the that they see that they are spending so much control? What is the threat they see that you are what's the sin? That worries them so much that they're trying to sue this candidate off their ballot. What is it that they're worried about? You're saying they should be at ease. Why are they not at ease? And then I came across a story in the United States whereby it said that if gets 5% nationwide, nationwide, meaning I'm just in states like Sydney here in this country, or here in Australia, doesn't matter. That's irrelevant in this country. State and third-party benefit to 5% nationwide. You could be in a red state and third-party benefit to 5%, 5% nationwide. We're not saying nationwide, it's where you are in America. It's that bad third-party benefit. If they put 5%, what is that? They paid. But now they're able to access federal funding, which significantly increases their capacity to pay federal funding. And on top of that, each state has an individual. If a third party gets some major incentives, they get if the state itself entitled the state to state assembly at local levels as well. The genocide is such that Muslims and Muslims and Muslims committed if you're not going to vote Democrat, it's better to stay home. She's most likely they will start going to the Green Party and permanently hamstring the Democrat capability of voting against the Republicans in at least the next 3 cycles. So worst case scenario is we lose the elections. That's bad. The worst case scenario is that they lose the elections and the party gets 5% nationwide. Then, if the party gets 5%, in the next elections they have to make the calculations to beat the Republicans. And that's bad. People saying the next election should stay. Democrats should stay. Right? So Democrats stay. If you vote for potential 5% and candidate in the conversation, then just if they believe that if she gets 5%, it's two-party system the Zionists are to defend the because if Hamas loses, it will be because of us. It will be because it will be because the Israelis because when it was on a knife edge, let's let them deny the victory because I saw a post from some of the brothers who said no, this economic policy, etc. That gets you to a knife edge. The economic policies and whatever, etc. That gets you to the knife edge. What decides it is Gaza. Without Gaza, Harris could probably win against Trump. Gaza is what will make her lose. So Harris will have lost the presidency because she supported the Zionists. Because she had this.
Here comes a new challenger.
John Hudson, because it's not just my analysis, John Hudson wrote that analysis is increasingly capturing the difference between what Zionist donors or what donors are asking of Biden, which is unwavering support for genocide, and 13% of Democrats who are considering abandoning the party because of this condition. This, in simple terms, he's saying that Biden is getting millions from people insisting he supports the genocide. But his support for genocide might make him lose even after he takes all those millions. Those millions will still make him lose because the condition of the millions won't risk that he's going to do because he supported genocide. So this thing that Harris loses because she gave the advantage is now more like the party has an interesting policy. The party is great because this party became the manifest and this party is able to compete with the Democrats. When the Democrats sit around the table, they won't say, thank God we back to genocide. They will say, genocide, why fail? And still lost. Election. The Democrats will say that we took money last time and still lost. We spent money last time and still lost. I'm sorry, in this Palestinian state.
Terry wins.
Because we need to we don't want to be seen to loses because of the economy. If Harris loses because of the sitting, if Harris is going to she's going to find it going. The only reason to win is they feeling that they might have some sort of Trump if Harris is they are going to consider possibility of losing it between that 99 races. And then the third party gets 5%. Taking that advantage. The Democrats, when they sit at the table, they will say, guys, I think that punishing is going to their seats because they supported Zionism. Then the journalist will go and he will put in what's the common denominator between all these incumbents losing their seats in the congressional election. Because both Democrats and Republicans lost. What's the common denominator? Thousands of voters who never this time we know the headline being that everybody who saw the genocide lost their seats to the votes.
Thank you.
As alternative candidates in this congressional elections, they say blame the incumbent last time. Especially when he says progressives, that's what he's saying. We don't want to speak against Israel. Don't punish us at all. But what happened to legitimate calculations for candidates?
Marisa wins.
Zionism so much that if you think about it, who will ever challenge Zionism again in Congress? When the congressperson says, we backed a genocide and they still won. Support for Zionism is so integral to our success that it is better to support Zionism than to stop it. I think this is dangerous. And this is the point I want to finish on. And this is what breaks my heart. What breaks my heart is not necessarily only what the Democrats did, what Biden and Harris did. In many ways, you can expect that Biden wants to see the eradication of Palestinians. Biden has always been a Zionist. I expect that of him. What breaks my heart is the Zionists are panicking. They truly believe their invincibility will be destroyed in November. They truly believe candidates are going to lose because they supported Zionism. They're spending unprecedented amounts to prevent that from happening. They truly believe that they're on the verge of an existential crisis, their lobbying power, because for the first time, candidates might lose because they supported Zionism. They truly believe that a candidate might lose because of Gaza, because they supported the Israelis, and that could have sweeping ramifications on their ability to lobby. They truly believe that this is the first time they're in an existential crisis, which is why they're spending so much money lobbying to get encampments broken up, to get TikTok banned. They're truly in a panic. When Muslims say that it doesn't matter who wins in November, they're both pro-Israel. If the Israelis believe that there's nothing to worry about, why are they spending so much money, Mahmoud? Why are they going to all of these extents in order to lobby when both presidents are pro-Israel? What is it they fear? They fear they will lose their invincibility. They fear that the election will produce losses for people who supported Zionism. So tell me, Mahmoud, how I reconcile that the ones who have the power to deliver that punishment will instead go and rescue Zionism when it's in an existential crisis. When the Zionists are panicking that they might lose, that candidates might lose for supporting them, it's the Muslims debating whether to go rescue Zionism so that they could go and vote for Harris and rescue her so that they could protect the idea that Zionism equals invincibility, Zionism equals second term. When the Zionists are panicking, the Muslims are considering going to the rescue of the Zionists. When the Zionists are worried that their invincibility is about to break apart, Muslims are debating whether to rescue it by going to rescue those candidates and going to vote for them. When the Zionists are spending millions to try to tell the Democrats that support for Gaza, that support for Palestine will make you lose the way Jamal Bowman lost and Cory Bush lost, it's Muslims who are thinking, let me go and confirm and reinforce the Zionists by letting Harris win even after she supported a genocide. Why would you say Zionism when it's buckling? Why would you say Zionism when its invincibility is finally under threat? Why would you rescue them when they believe they're in an existential crisis? Why would you willingly go for the sake of some comfort that you established and some status quo that led to a genocide anyway? Why would you go when the Zionists are worried that Harris will lose because she supported Zionism? Why would you go and say, Zionists, don't worry, I will still support Harris even though she gave you unwavering support? Why? Why would you go and rescue Zionism and affirm to the world global order that if you disobey Zionism, you lose. If you obey them, you win? Why would you go and tell the world that you can win a second term if you listen to the Zionists and commit a genocide on their behalf? Why would you rescue them when there's a real chance that you can finally flip the framework? You can flip the order. You can finally demonstrate that Zionism is a political liability. Why would you rescue it and affirm that it's a political asset? Why would you rescue it and affirm that Zionism wins you elections when you have the ability to prove that it does not? This is what bewilders me when I look at what's happening here in America. In the UK, I accept Labour were always going to win. Conservatives were just so bad. But I tell you something interesting about the UK that maybe the Americans will learn from. When Jalal was knocking on doors and some of these other people were knocking on doors in Ilford North, they had a candidate, Layan Muhammad, a Palestinian, who went up against Wes Streeting. Wes Streeting is now the health secretary. He's tipped to be the next leader of the Labour Party in the next 10 years. The area of Ilford North has tens of thousands of Muslims. They're at least maybe 20%, maybe more of that constituency. They can swing it. When they knocked on the doors of the Muslims, non-Muslims would say, I'm going to punish genocide. Muslims would say, I'd love to. In theory, it might be possible, but I don't believe it's possible. You're good people, may Allah reward you, but I don't think it's possible. And they stayed home. When the election night results came out, guess how much she lost to West Streeting by? 500 votes. One masjid, one Jummah. You know, the Muslims, when they found out, those who didn't vote, those who went and forgave genocide, they said, I didn't realize it was so close. I didn't realize we had the chance. I didn't realize the opportunity. If I had known, I would have gone and voted for Layan. But what's the point of your regret now? Why didn't you believe when it was there? Why didn't you believe when all the data showed you could punish? Why didn't you believe then? Where was the faith? Where was the ability? I remember one guy joked and said, don't go to the masjid and pray. What's the point? You don't believe in the power of Allah. You don't believe in your ability to make change. You don't believe status quo can change. You don't believe there is possibilities. You don't believe in it. So why bother? We'll just stay home and be miserable. It was so close, Layan Muhammad and West Streeting. Layan did not lose because West Streeting was strong. Layan lost because the Muslims did not have enough faith in their ability to make change. Because they were resigned to a state of defeatism. They did not want to make change possible. And Layan lost by 500 painful votes. Here you can see, if the Democrats truly felt at ease, they would not try to get Joe Stein off those ballots. If they truly felt at ease, they would not be trying to do outreach programs privately to Muslim communities to tell them, I need to support genocide, but the other side is worse, you still come to me anyway. I'm saying that when if it becomes a political mantra that you can win a second term of genocide, this will not be the science and the mechanics, because
Real good.
win.
Genocide. There is a possibility that actually
Bad idea.
So the underlying intent is that supporting genocide.
Oh boy.
Is aware that it is tenuous, which is why people all over the constituencies here. Precisely because he supported Zionism. Franklin loses his feet behind his strong because he supported Zionism. And they say, okay, on the face of it, it's system. Understand why these terrorists they're essential to the later election. Where there's a candidate to get in. One candidate anti-genocide, one candidate genocide. Like he was a short
Damn. Man, fight your back,
she didn't lose
Too bad.
If you create a wave across America where incumbents are losing because they supported genocide, I think that would be an unprecedented blow to the Zionist lobby from which I cannot see them recovering from, especially given that the narrative in America towards Israel is now changing. The ADL chief came out and said, part of the Israeli lobby, came out and said, we've lost a whole generation of Americans to social media who've now become pro-Palestine. I don't think Zionists will ever be able to recover from it, especially given the narrative amongst right-wing media is that Tucker Carlson is now saying we should cut funding for the Israelis. Candace Owens is coming out and saying, I was pro-Israel before October 7th. And after what happened on October 7th, I've started looking into what Israel does, and I can't, as a Christian, accept what it does. Ta-Nehisi Coates on the other side goes to Palestine for 10 days, and you've seen him on every single channel saying it's apartheid. They tell him, yeah, but, and they give the details. He says, nothing you can tell me can justify apartheid. I'm an African American. Nothing you say can justify Jim Crow laws. Nothing you say to me can justify what you guys are doing. I'm sorry. Maybe there's rights and wrongs here, but not what you're doing is unjustifiable by all criteria. Even these narratives are changing, even as Zionism spends so much money to regain control of the narrative. I think in this very unique climate, in this very unique election where it's so tight that you know that your vote matters, in this very unique election, it's not just to be concentrated in Muslim Americans to be concentrated in and just to decide the election of America. It's set to create a narrative that's never be able to and I finished
That's it.
Bad idea.
Cheat.
Places in LA, the places in homelessness and millions more on
Terry,
innocents in Florida.
Was it like $750 on
Exactly. And the point being is that Americans are now, when they're asking questions, they're saying, okay, that's all fine, but I didn't realize I was paying for it. I didn't realize that. I mean, which government does this belong to, America or to the Israelis? You're telling me to be patient on police reform. You're telling me to be patient on healthcare, on homelessness, etc. You're telling me there's no money for it. Where are you finding all this bottomless end of money to support genocide, to support all this bombing campaign that Israel is doing? What is the hold that they have on you? That means you don't want to spend money on the American citizen. You want to spend it abroad to blow up the heads of Palestinian children, to go and blow up the legs of 6-year-olds like Sidra, to go and shoot 362 bullets, American weapons, American guns. Why do we have so much money for something thousands of miles away, but not enough to help me fix those highways or freeways that are in Texas? You keep telling me there's no money, but here is. Why are you as a congressperson adamantly supporting and voting for giving this money for the Israelis, but you're not voting for the reasons I voted for you, which was so that you would look after my own domestic territory, you would look after, the issues that I have here in my local area. Ordinary Americans are now asking, hang on a second, what is our vested interest in giving all this money to the Israelis, and why is it not being spent here in America itself? And I think that's why in this climate, if Zionist candidates start losing, I think that the Zionists will not be able to recover from it. And I think that if Muslim voters and anti-genocide voters can tolerate and put up and resist the pressure that might come from Trump afterwards, I do think that that short-term pain will make a long-term impact that might transform the way America operates into one perhaps that is more just, one that is more righteous. And that's why I always argue that those Muslims who say we're going to punish genocide, it's important also to remember, in punishing genocide, you're saving the heart of America. In punishing genocide, you're becoming the conscience of American society. You're reminding Americans that justice matters. You're reminding them that the righteous causes matter. You are conveying to the Americans the righteous causes, and they are listening to you, and they are being moved by it. You're seeing it on social media. Megan Rice becoming Muslim, Sean King becoming Muslim, Tana Hesikos, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, all these other. You're seeing how their opinions are changing because you're the voice of the heart of America. You are saving America by insisting that they uphold justice, and that's why I argue that do not present this idea of punishing genocide as one that is fighting America. You are rescuing America in terms of a society that is supposed to be righteous and just, which is what they claim that they want to be. You are the ones who are pushing American society towards one that is just by holding your ground on the issue of Gaza, raising your voices for Gaza, raising your voices for Palestine. And I'll finish on what one Zionist Jew said in the protest in London. I saw it in the Middle East Eye videos. They asked him, why are you here in the protest for Palestinians, to end the genocide? He said, before October 7th, I grew up in a Zionist environment. I'm a Jew. I grew up being told that Israel is the state that we have to support unconditionally. After the 7th, I started reading. And when I started reading, I couldn't believe what I saw. I couldn't believe this is what Israel is. And he said, look at Israel. It says a colonial state. It's an apartheid state. People are realizing their hearts are moving, and that's the power of da'wah. And that's why I think that for those who are insisting that they want to rescue Harris, I tell them, don't say Zionism when it's fun. Punish Zionism. This is a turning point in American society, and it's being brought about because people are increasingly showing the courage and bravery to say, yes, I might struggle in the next 2-3 years, but the cause of justice is worth it, and this will break the invincibility of Zionism, and that will have certain consequences for America at home and abroad. We can consider any messages that are actually waterproof. Since they're waterproof, tech covers are all fun. They're just super comfortable. Yeah, it's no dry.
So you're basically saying on a local level, Muslims should prioritize whether they're Zionist supporting or not as a candidate and vote opposite depending on what the answer
In
is.
some areas, vote opposite. In some areas, vote for a third wing or a third party or a third candidate, because that will take the votes away from the incumbent that they had in the last election. It will take the votes away that will result in a drastic decrease in votes that might allow the other candidate to win. But in terms of a moral compass, you will not have voted for either Zionist, you will have voted for the third candidate. Sometimes taking the vote away is enough.
Yeah, so they don't even actually care about their policies. Are they Zionist or not, or Zionist supporting? You can write one in. Even if there's not a third party, you can write one.
You can write one.
Politics and spirituality go hand in hand. One of the main topics that Muslims have been wrestling with are politicians and especially the Khalid. And we've seen the impact that they've had being there in Congress. And people like Yasser Qadi, who you were with yesterday, have gotten backlash for supporting them and that we should. Should we as American Muslims expect righteous politicians? Is that even an expectation we're looking for? Or should we hold politicians to a different standard than other spiritual leaders? Hey, Salim guys, I'm very excited to finally release our Patreon account where you can become a monthly supporter and invest in the Unstudy podcast. You get ad-free episodes, exclusive interviews that are usually unreleased in the final cut. And if you want to see us bring on more and better guests, more and better equipment, and more and better shows, then subscribe and support us at patreon.com/Unstudy podcast. Part of the Cure, the original Black Sea Company, founded by a Palestinian woman. These are some of the best gummies your I've ever had. They're black seed and honey gummies with a splash of apple cider vinegar. You can find them at cureyourworld.com or follow them on Instagram at cureyourworld and use the Unstudy code Unstudy15 to get 15% off. Get yours today.
In punishing genocide, you're saving the heart of America. In punishing genocide, you're becoming the conscience of American society. You're reminding Americans that justice matters. You're reminding them that the righteous causes matter. You are conveying to the Americans the righteous causes, and they are listening to you, and they are being moved by it. You're seeing it on social media. Megan Rice becoming Muslim, Sean King becoming Muslim, Tana Hesikos, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, all these other. You're seeing how their opinions are changing because you're the voice of the heart of America. You are saving America by insisting that they uphold justice. And that's why I argue that do not present this idea of punishing genocide as one that is fighting America. You are rescuing America in terms of a society that is supposed to be righteous and just, which is what they claim that they want to be. You are the ones who are pushing American society towards one that is just by holding your ground on the issue of Gaza, raising your voices for Gaza, raising your voices for Palestine. And I'll finish on what one Zionist Jew said in the protest in London. I saw it on the Middle East Eye video. They asked her, they said, why are you here in the protest for Palestinians, to end the genocide? She said, before October 7th, I grew up in a Zionist environment. I'm a Jew. I grew up being told that Israel is the state that we have to support unconditionally. After October 7th, I started reading. And when I started reading, I could not believe what I saw. I couldn't believe this is what Israel is. And he says, what is Israel? She says, a colonial state. It's an apartheid state. People are realizing their hearts are moving, and that's the power of da'wah. And that's why I think that for those who are insisting that they want to rescue Harris, I tell them, don't save Zionism when it's buckling. Punish Zionism. This is a turning point in American society, and it's being brought about because people are increasingly showing the courage and bravery to say, yes, I might struggle in the next 2-3 years, but the cause of justice is worth it, and this will break the invincibility of Zionism, and that will have sweeping consequences for America at home and abroad.
So you're basically saying on a local level, Muslims should prioritize whether they're Zionist supporting or not as a candidate and vote opposite depending on what the answer
In
is.
some areas, vote opposite. In some areas, vote for a third wing or a third party or a third candidate, because that will take the votes away from the incumbent that they had in the last election. It will take the votes away that will result in a drastic decrease in votes that might allow the other candidate to win. But in terms of a moral compass, you will not have voted for either Zionist, you will have voted for the third candidate. So sometimes taking the vote away is enough.
Yeah, so don't even actually care about their policies. Are they Zionist or not, or Zionist supporting? And you can write one in. Even if there's not a third party, you can write one.
You can write one.
Politics and spirituality go hand in hand. One of the main topics that American Muslims have been wrestling with are politicians like Ken Omar and Rashid al-Tlaib, and we've seen the impact that they've had being there in Congress, and people like Yasser Qadi, who you were with yesterday, have gotten backlash for supporting them, saying that we should. Should we as American Muslims expect righteous politicians? Is that even an expectation we should be looking for? Or should we hold politicians to a different standard than other spiritual leaders? Hey, Salam guys, I'm very excited to finally release our Patreon account where you can become a monthly supporter and invest in the Ansari podcast and get ad-free episodes, exclusive interviews that are usually unreleased in the final cut. And if you want to see us bring on more and better guests, more and better equipment, and more and better shows, then subscribe and support us at patreon.com/Ansari podcast. We've partnered with Cure, the original black seed company founded by a Palestinian woman. These are some of the best gummies that I've ever had. They're black seed and honey gummies with a splash of apple cider vinegar. You can find them at cureyourworld.com or follow them on Instagram at cureyourworld and use the Ansari code Ansari15 to get 15% off. Get yours today.
I am of the opinion that in life generally, what you invest, you get back. The level of effort you put in is the level of outcome that you get. If you don't engage, you don't vote, you don't register, you don't go to your town hall meetings, you don't go on your school boards, you don't go and get involved in the social issues the way that the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ did when in Quraysh he would go to their tribal leaders, he'd go and try and mediate their affairs, he'd go and present Islam as an alternative, he would go in the marketplace and try to tell them this is how the market should be. Muhammad Asad in his book Road to Mecca, he says that one of the things about the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ is that you have to remember that Christianity was already being preached in Quraysh. Why did Quraysh not repress Christianity the way that they repressed Islam? It's because Christianity's emphasis was on the self. Keep it in your masajid, keep it in your churches, keep it in your homes. It's your personal relationship with Allah, your personal relationship with God. Until that's perfect, you shouldn't really be going out in society and asking for changes in society, because ultimately it's about the personal relationship between you and God. But Prophet Muhammad ﷺ doesn't even receive the full Quran. He receives Iqra Bismillah alladhi khalaq, and he receives a small portion of the Wahy, and he's already going out in the middle of the Kaaba, telling him the whole society needs to change, their business practices need to change, and he's trying to get more and more people towards his particular ideas. It's that the Prophet ﷺ was out and involved in their social issues that upset Quraysh so much, because the more he did so, the more he was in their gatherings, the more people that were coming to his deen and his religion, they would prefer him to be outside of the system than in the system. They preferred him to be outside rather than engaged. They preferred that because if he had done that, they would have just added the 366 God in the Quraysh and said, come and do your tawaf in the morning, we'll do in the evening. It's what Islam meant. The reason why I link it here is I think Rashida and Ilhan are accurate representations of the level of engagement of the Muslim community with the society that is around them. I think that Rashida and Ilhan are an accurate reflection of the level of effort that Muslims put into da'wah on a social level. I don't mean on a personal level. I mean on a social level. In the way, for example, there is a story in Los Angeles when I went there to LA, and I met a group of parents when I was there. So they were telling me that after October 7th, the school put out a statement in support of the Israelis. And they were really, really upset about it. Not because they support whatever October 7th these issues. They were really upset about it in that, why is the school getting involved in this? Why are we putting our kids in? So they initially went to the school board meeting and the like, but Muslims don't normally engage. So it was only a handful of them, while on the other side was a huge number of them. So eventually, because they was desperate on this particular issue, because it hit close to home, they managed to get the LA Times to write an article about the issue itself, which moved the waters enough that when they went 3 weeks later to a board meeting, they've refined their argument to that, these are kids in school. Why are they being dragged into issues that are thousands of, like they're 13, 12-year-olds. Like, why are we getting them? Why are we getting the school caught up in this? And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in my opinion, it's as if He sent them a powerful ally. There was a Jewish lady there who accepted this argument. She said, it's true. Why are we getting 12, 13-year-olds caught up in it? The school should retract its statement and put a neutral one instead. So they put out a neutral statement. When I visited them, the school had just put out the neutral statement when I came, and the parents were telling me the story. So one of them said, we want to do a walkout. And somebody on the table said, why? They said, to show them power. Power in what sense? To show them that, we're serious, that we can't tolerate it, and then one person came and said, yeah, but we won. They withdrew the statement, they put a neutral statement. So the guy looked confused and he said, well, what are we supposed to do then? So somebody on the table said, well, given the superintendent is going to be hanging over our kids for the next 7 years, it doesn't really make sense to make him into an enemy. Is there a way that we could make him into a friend? For the one who's your enemy today, tomorrow might become your warmest ally. Is there a way that we can make the enemy into a warmest ally? So eventually they agreed to take Baklawa to the superintendent to go and say,
Yeah,
Sound like
I got some.
you got my text.
Yeah,
Alright.
I ain't forget.
Alright.
I ain't even be downtown yet. I'm about to be now.
Alright.
Sorry.
Makes sense.
the superintendent, not to bribe him in any way, to say to him, it was never personal. We were worried about our kids' welfare. We don't want to be your enemies. We want to work with you. We want to be your friends. We want to sit and talk to you. We want our kids to be safe. We want them to have a good education. We're actually on the same page here. We're actually trying to achieve the same things. Why should we achieve it separately? Let's work together and do so. He was so taken by that approach that the Zionist parents panicked at the way he flipped, that they set up what's called the Jewish Parents Association to counter these Muslim parents. But the superintendent was so impressed by their conduct that he offered them to join their Ramadan curriculum to try to explain to students what Islam is, where it stands, what is. My point is that engagement, look at how far it went when they started to engage. When you ask me about Rashid and Ilhan, let's be brutally honest, Mahmoud. To what extent would you say that Muslims engage with what is around them? They do not. To what extent do Muslims go to town hall meetings to discuss the development of the city? They do not. To what extent are Muslims engaged with the local environment to talk about issues that are relevant, whether it's roads, whether it's city planning or the like? To what extent do Muslims act as if they truly belong to the land? They don't. So when you get Rashid and Ilhan, it's an accurate reflection of the state of the Muslim mentality in America at this moment in time. But the reason why I
إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين تبت يدا أبي لهب وتب ما أغنى عنه ماله وما كسب سيصلى نارا ذات لهب وامرأته حمالة الحطب في جيدها حبل من مسد الله أكبر الله 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 أكبر الله أكبر الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين إنا أنزلناه في ليلة القدر وما أدراك ما ليلة القدر ليلة القدر خير من ألف شهر تنزل الملائكة والروح فيها بإذن ربهم من كل أمر سلام هي حتى مطلع الفجر الله أكبر سمع الله حمدا الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر يا حي القيوم. السماوات والأرض. Sorry, cousin. Cigarette. Sorry, sir. Sorry, my guy.
I'm never harsh on Ilhan and Rashida. And why? Last time I think Amr Mabruk asked me a similar question, and people thought maybe I was justifying what Ilhan and Rashida do that contravenes perhaps what we Muslims hold dear. I said, because for me, it's not about Rashida and Ilhan. For me, it's about trends. It's about how things are changing. 20 years ago, there was no Rashida, no Ilhan. Impossible for any of them to even get to Congress. The reason why they get into Congress is there are more and more people starting to engage, more and more people believing we should engage. Allah created America, we should be a Muslim society, we should engage. But also, I want to look at it from the other perspective. Imagine you are a racist, a fascist. Imagine you are a supremacist. Imagine that you are, somebody who wishes you could go back to the days of slavery, where you could colonize the people. Imagine you are one of those, and they still exist today. Imagine you're one who they still exist today, that, the identity is changing and we don't lie and get out of here, these foreigners or whatever. Put yourself in their position where year upon year, America is changing. African Americans with more rights, more representation. Muslims with more rights, more representation. You see Hispanics, more rights, more representation. You see a new generation of white Americans who are no longer as racist as perhaps they.
Sorry.
I saw how busy are you?
Not too busy. What's up?
His backyard. He's trying to do something in his backyard.
Right now?
Yeah.
Do what? What you want me to do? Text him to shoot that. What's it called? Like a little Mac. He definitely made a bus ride because he told me he was under 31. I heard him. Shut up. Nothing. Actually, matter of fact, I ate what I eat? Nothing. Oh, like 2 nutriments. Yeah, I ate like 2 nutriments. Yeah, I ate drunk 2 nutriments. It's like a supplement. It's like a meal. It's a lot of milk in it. So I was saying he need a jump. ain't.
Yeah, maybe call somebody. Maybe Tashawn's still out. Call Tashawn. Which car? They got two cars. The other one can't get out with a gun.
I don't know. All right, Ma. So what you talking about with this backyard?
You here?
No, I'm home. I was waiting outside.
I want you to give him a jump.
No, outside was supposed to be.
Conversation is, can you park your car outside the gate for tomorrow night?
Yeah, I'll do it tomorrow night. I'll probably be in it though, so
Yeah.
so it won't get, you know. How long she having the thing for?
I think 6:30 to 10.
Oh,
6 to 10, something like that.
alright, I guess.
What's that, man?
You got food?
Not get any pineapples, huh?
What you got food?
They were shopping yesterday.
Or their grandparents were, because they are engaging more with those minority communities. Those communities are being normalized in their mentality, and as a result, they are no longer as hard in their racism as perhaps the generations were before, which means that when Rashida Ilhan pop up, what's the problem? I'll give them my vote.
And we cut off.
I don't know. It just cut off, man. That was you. That wasn't me. But yeah. So what all he get? I said, what all he get?
Some probably got noodles, probably got French fries, fish steaks.
Oh, I think
What's those?
that's wild.
Jamaican patties.
I got one pack of noodles, but I don't think I got it. Wait, I thought y'all said y'all was at what's it called earlier too though. What y'all go there?
Where?
Thought y'all said y'all was at ShopRite or something.
Yeah, we did. We stopped by there.
Uh,
He didn't get yogurt. He didn't get relish. He didn't get cocktail sauce.
why?
What else did he get?
Nah, I was just asking.
Pineapple.
It's cold. So what you want me to do, man? It's a bit chilly.
Huh?
I said it's a bit chilly, but
Yeah.
I had moved on mats.
You did?
Yeah.
Well, you know what's going to happen. I want to turn that trampoline up. I want to turn it up and lean it to the back, to the to the to the overhead that back up out of the garages.
Mm-hmm.
And you were supposed to get some yellow tape for caution.
6:30. Oh, oh, at 9 o'clock. What you say about 9 o'clock? What? Oh wow. He came in already? I must be late. Oh, soon probably. Right? Oh yeah, it's in. Yeah, I'll be waiting a little minute before I pray. I try to pray. Yeah. Yeah. Be working. Mm, I think yesterday I got up like 11 something, maybe 12, 10. Yeah, I'll come around to help. I said I'll come around to help for sure. Tomorrow, right? With Hanifa? It's when I get up. Inshallah. It is? No, no, no. Today not Thursday. What? Oh my goodness.
today?
Yeah, I did not know today was Thursday.
That's how it be.
Wow. Oh man. Uh,
You got my $40?
I was just texting Shatonia.
Huh?
I was just texting Shatonia to give it back.
No, don't give it back. You go ahead and keep it.
Shukran. Alhamdulillah. Wow.
Jamil got some money from me and told me she was gonna pay me. Yesterday she said her check wasn't the way it was, so could she pay me half? I told her yeah she can. I ain't seen it. People don't realize then they want to catch an attitude with me. And I should be standoffish and don't want to help them out. Because they don't under their word.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to be there early, mommy. Inshallah.
So call your brother.
Who had you? Which one?
Who might be at school, so he won't even be able to help. I would have to write and work at the night shift.
Yeah.
Only didn't want him about peanut butter and jelly. And they were shocked.
Hi, mother. Hi. Oh, wow. It's not. Wait. That's living. gave me the wrong. No.
progress. For the right winger or the right, they believe that if today is Rashid and Ilhan, they're not perfect. But if today is Rashid and Ilhan, the trajectory suggests that one day they will not be that one day it will be an American Muslim and Muslim from America. We're talking about many Americans are entering Islam, white Americans as well. Not that I believe that white Americans own America. They're also immigrants from, from Ireland and from Europe and the like. What I'm saying is that Islam will become normalized in America because the da'wah is so strong. So this is the point I'm saying, that when you ask about Rashid and Ilhan, I don't think that they are symptoms.
Here comes a new challenger.
I think that they are symptoms of a community mentality, in my opinion, very restricted and limited. And in my opinion, I know it sounds harsh.
Show me everything you have. Thank you.
You're good. I'll give you that.
Round two. Terry wins. Round one. I'm beating it. I am on my gear. Rising tackle. Look at this body of iron! Round two. Fight! I'm beating it. Zongia wins! Round one. Fight! I'm beating it.
All right. You down for one more?
Round two. Fight! Terry,
Social media is because they realize that it doesn't matter how many millions they're spending. The ordinary voice and the power of da'wah is so powerful that all of the millions spent to maintain control of the narrative, those millions are being spent on a pure narrative that the Ummah is breaking for free, that the Muslims are breaking without the financial impetus. And this is the reason why I know many people focus on the resources of the Zionists. But I always argue, what made the Prophet Muhammad so terrifying for Quraysh that they had to repress him even though he didn't have an army or wealth? What made them panic was that the Prophet Muhammad's message was so convincing, it was so powerful, it was so strong, it resonated so deeply with society that had been used to hedonism and had been used to injustice and the like. It resonated so deeply that Umar ibn Khattab would look at the material supremacy of the Quraysh and say the word of the Prophet is better. That Mus'ab ibn Umayr would look at the supremacy of Quraysh, he'd see congresses, he'd look at supremacy and say, no, what they're saying means more to me, is worth more. That Hamza would look at the material supremacy of the Quraysh and he would say, no, there's something about the word of the Prophet Muhammad. I know he doesn't have an army, he doesn't have wealth like these guys do. I know he doesn't have power the way these guys do. But there's something about his message that means I'd rather stand up against that power and give him power than succumb to this overwhelming power. And that's why I argue with Muslims, do not underestimate the power of da'wah. Do not underestimate the power of talking to people. Do not underestimate the power of engaging with people. Do not underestimate the power of sitting with a group of people who might be hostile. Do not underestimate your ability to be able to convince them to see things in a different way. And that's why I think what Gaza has done to the community is it started to make us realize, hang on a second, Candace Owens can actually flip, Tucker Carlson can actually flip, Thomas Massey can actually flip. All these Ta-Nehisi Coates went to Palestine for 10 days. Can you imagine if he'd gone for a month or 2 months or stayed there for a year? Can you imagine how much harder he would be talking about the issue? The point being is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has always told you this is the power of da'wah, but perhaps we didn't believe it. And I think one of the reasons that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, his seerah is so terrifying, is that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam does not wait for power to move. He doesn't wait for the army in order to convey his message. He doesn't wait for the wealth and the lobbying wealth to convey the message. He goes out, Ya ayyuhal muddathir qum fa'andir wa rabbaka fakabbir wa thiyabaka fatahhir. The Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam is ordered, stand up and go and warn and go and convey. Even before the Quran is fully revealed, he only has Iqra, Bismillah alladhi khalaq, and short sections of the wahi. And he's immediately being told to go out, and Allah continues to send during that journey. He's not like Muslims of today who are waiting for the final product before they move. He's moving on the basis that the final product will not come until he moves, and Allah reinforces that. And that's why I argue that when you talk about Muslims long term, I don't know what Allah has planned for America. I don't know what Allah has planned for Aqsa. I know that He's planned victory for Al-Aqsa, but I don't know how it's going to come about. I don't know what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has planned for the dunya, and neither did any of the prophets that were sent by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But the point is not to know what's going to happen next. The point is to appreciate the powers that you have, which will allow you to take advantage of the opportunities that are presented to you by the change in circumstance, such as these elections when you have the ability to punish genocide, such as these elections when you have the ability to break the invincibility of Zionism, such as the opportunity to engage with your school boards, to try to get them to stop supporting the Zionism as a knee-jerk reaction, but to tell them to temper their tones and engage in a dialogue that can help provide safe spaces for our children whereby they're not oppressed by the Zionism of continuous engagement with your school boards, whether it's going to the town halls, to get the town halls to try to help them to fend off the threat of Zionism that kept threatening them with media attention if they didn't come out and condemn October 7th, going to them and tell them we also exist here as constituents. That didn't start on October 7th. It started long before October 7th. You need the more nuance, either stay out of it or embark on the more nuance. It's this engagement by the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And this is the point that I want to finish with your question, even though it does sound vague. What I'm actually saying is this. The seerah of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he goes to give da'wah in Taif and they stone him and kick him out. And he makes a dua where he says, destroy them, and maybe it's my eloquence that was at fault in terms of conveying them. What would be your inclination, and how would you judge the reason people cringe
Come on, get ready.
Prepare yourself. Round one.
Round two. You ain't ever beaten me! Final round. Accepting! My journey. Good fortune. Dawson wins!
The price that they pay for it was
Round one.
Fight. Sallam, when he came with the message, genocide
You messed up.
Round two.
Too bad. You're mine.
Terry wins.
Princess, then what would the interaction be like? He said, I want to thank him. Thank him. He said, I want to thank him. I want to thank him that when he was stoned for Taif, it didn't stop him conveying the message. I want to thank him that when he was persecuted in Mecca in Quraysh, by Quraysh, he didn't stop conveying the message. He didn't give up. He didn't say there's no point. He didn't just go home and say, there's no point in this, it's hopeless. Even when his Sahaba were being beaten up and he could see his heart was broken, he kept going. It didn't stop him. Even when he didn't have an army, he kept going. It didn't stop him. Even when he didn't have the wealth, the donors, it didn't stop him. He kept going. Even when he was kicked out of Mecca, it didn't stop him. He kept going. When Khadija Anha died and his heart is broken, he kept going. When he lost the protection, when Abu Talib died, he kept going with 1,000 sheep to exterminate him in Medina. He took his 300. He was like, I'm going to continue. I'm going to struggle. When he lost the Uhud, they didn't put him off. He kept conveying the message. He kept going and he kept going. When he dug the trench in Khandaq, when all of the tribes came against him, he kept going. He had that hope. He believed. He said, I see the pearls of Persia. He believed. He kept going. He didn't give it up. Hudaybiyah, when the Sahaba were upset, he kept going. And when he entered Mecca, he forgave them. He put aside his vengeance, his revenge. He looked at Hind, who had mutilated her uncle's body, and gave her. He looked at Quraysh and he said, you who persecuted me, you who kicked me out of Mecca. He had the capacity to forgive them because they later carried Islam to my country of Turkey, and it entered my heart. And because it entered my heart, I was able to enter Jannah. And because I entered Jannah, I was able to sit here with you, Ya Rasulullah. None of that happens if you don't accept the struggle and you didn't persevere through the struggle. It's an appreciation. And that's why I think with the Muslims, I don't think that when they talk about what could happen in November, I don't think they talk about it from an existential perspective. I think the real issue is, Sammy, I like the status quo.
Here comes a
Comfortable with
new
the status quo.
challenger.
I worked hard for what I built around me. Yes, my legs won't be blown off by the way that Sidra's legs were blown off by Biden and Harris, by their weapons that they sent. Yes,
Fight with all your
I'm not going to
heart.
lose a lip the way that Palestinians. Yes, I won't find my son one day, in a garbage bag. They've collected his limbs and they're still what happened to me here in America? Yes. Worst case scenario, what happened to me? See this, I worked for this and I built this and I don't want to set that status quo. I don't want to be that person who just wants to shoot the nation.
Now you know him.
Marisa wins!
And when you Allah says Yazid will go to the and when you find Allah, you see
Round one.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Round two.
Now you know him.
Terry wins! Round one. Round two.
A mouse is no match for
First round. Terry wins!
Don't let this be a world with injustice. Let there be some justice in the world. Let those who committed genocide lose. Let them pay a price for it. Let these people go and deliver that defeat so that the world knows that genocide doesn't win you a second time. In my limited wisdom, in my limited talent, though you know me, and I'm blessed and I'm happy with the blessings that you gave me this year. Time to use my efforts in the way that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala might be pleased with. And that's the point. Move. You don't know what you'll be able to change. You don't know what will happen. We didn't know that boycott would lead to McDonald's closing 150 stores and its share price dropping. We didn't know that Starbucks boycotting it would lead to its share price dropping. We didn't know that if we stopped going to Starbucks and McDonald's and start going to the Yemeni cafes instead, that they would soar the Israelis. We didn't know the ICJ could drag Israel through the courts on charges of genocide, that we could push them.
Another fight is coming your way.
Genocide. We didn't know that the ICJ could issue an advisory note saying that Israel is in breach of Article 3, meaning it's an apartheid state. We didn't know
wins. Match.
Secretly inserts Quranic messaging in a show about a hospital or a show about whatever, right? So even if my name isn't out there, but the Quran messaging is sneaking its way in somehow.
Here comes a new challenger.
I know as you guys are settling back.
Ready yourself. Round one.
This section is going to be
Terry wins.
22 years old. I run a ministry of communications and digital.
I'm 42. I run a ministry.
Okay. Yeah. Assalamu alaikum. I'm from Turkey. My name is Ibrahim. I'm 42 years old. I have an experience more than 20 years in media.
If I can teach myself a new language while shoveling fire, so can you.
Round two. Fight. Sightless. Sacrifices. Final round. Fight.
Thank you.
Akuma wins. Round
If your mistakes are many amongst the folk, and you wish to make for those mistakes observed, well, conceal them in benevolence, as hence every fault they say is concealed by benevolence. Like what that means, I mean, I don't want to go into a sharh, but the idea here is that charity and generosity really conceals a lot of people's faults. And that's actually, interestingly enough, one of the reasons why Kareem means generous, because Kareem linguistically doesn't mean generous, it means perfection. So when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is al-Kareem, and I know we're going to talk about the names of Allah later, but when Allah calls himself al-Kareem, he calls the Quran Kareem, it doesn't mean generous, it means perfect. It's a book of perfect attributes. Allah is a Lord of perfect attributes. But then
here comes a new challenger.
In general Arabic, it's because when you look at what makes a person,
let us begin.
Time for a beatdown.
Round one.
You down for one more?
Round two. Fight. This is my chance. Not good enough. Final round. Fight. What's wrong? Get up! Not good enough. Ryu wins.
There's a lot of political stuff.
Round one. Fight. Pay attention. All right.
You down for one more?
Round two. Fight. Get to it. Saw that coming. This is my chance. Are you okay? No. Terry wins!
Should be directed to Islamic knowledge, and so he then did that, and he memorized the Muwatta of Imam Malik. While Imam Malik was alive, Shafi'i then.
A new warrior has entered the ring!
So Shafi'i spent a period of time in Medina. Initially, he started in Mecca.
Round one. Fight! All right. Fight round. Fight.
So
that was stuff.
Terry, win!
Round one. Fight. Too bad. Round two. Fight. Akuma, win! Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight. Idiot!
comes from it. Yeah,
Comes
absolutely,
from that.
absolutely.
And one of the ones, because you said it in Arabic, and many of our listeners don't speak it. I didn't. You said knowledge. So knowledge is one of the things that you gain with travel.
100%. You learn different ways of doing things. I mean, it doesn't even really need to be explained how much knowledge a person gets exposure to just by traveling.
Experience.
Yeah.
So what was it? Was that the page 90 or 102 one? That was the page 90, right?
Yeah.
Can we do the 102 one as well?
Oh, that was the 102. So on page 90, he has a da'wah ila التنقل والترحال. He has a call to travel. So this is him actually encouraging it and promoting it. So he says, ما في المقام ذي عقل وذي أدب من راحة فداعي الأوطان واقتربي. He says there's no rest and residence for a person of travel, so travel and leave where you're residing. سافر تجد عوضا عمن تفارقه وانصب إن لذيذ العيش في النصب. He says travel, you'll find a replacement for what you've left behind. Verily the beauty of life is in striving. إني رأيت وقوف الماء يفسده إن ساح طاب وإن لم يجري لم يطيب والأسد لولا فراق الأرض ما افترست والسهم لولا فراق القوس لم يصب والشمس لو وقفت في الفلك دائمة لملها الناس من عجم ومن عرب والتبر كالترب ملقا في أماكنه وفي أرضه العود نوع من الحطب فإن تغرب هذا عز مطلبه وإن تغرب ذاك عز كالذهب. So he's there's no rest and residence for a person of culture, so travel and leave where you're residing. Travel. You'll find a replacement for what you've left behind, and strive. The beauty of life is in striving. I've seen that water becomes stagnant if still, becomes pure if it runs, but not if it doesn't flow, and an arrow without leaving its and a lion without leaving its den can't hunt, and an arrow won't strike without leaving its bow. And if the sun stood still in its heavenly course, then all the world it would bore. And gold dust is like dust, where it's commonly found, and in its land, oud is just another wooden store. But if one travels, they become sought out. If one travels, they're honored like gold. And so a Shafi'i, and this is, by the way, an example of the of converting it into poetry, right? And so in English it's poetic, in Arabic it's poetic. When people translate poetry, sometimes they're just literal, and I'm not literally translating a Shafi'i, although I'm proud that I'm pretty close to the spirit of what he's saying, right? But I'm taking a level of poetic license with it because.
I just want to say how you were able to turn it into an English poem is incredible.
Yeah. So, he's basically saying, travel, you'll find a replacement for what you left behind. You know, people a lot of times they're hesitant to travel because they're like, oh no, all my friends are here. It's like, bro, you'll make new friends. You'll travel, you'll meet new people. You know, that city has great people too. That city has masjids too. That city has this too. Travel, you'll find a replacement for what you left behind. In fact, for many people, they'll find better than what they left behind.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum.
I'm just driving. I had Mill brought me a jump box. Did the jump box. Let my car run for a little bit. It straight shut off.
What?
Yep. Then I had to go all the way to get the cables from her because she had left. So I got your cables back. She said that you said that she could have them.
I wasn't using them. I ain't need them.
But I went and got them because I got cables. But even with my car, you can't even, how you say it, Sonny? You can't even,
Oh, give a jump?
you can't even open the car door. You can't open the trunk unless the car is on. You get what I'm saying?
Oh.
I think that was the awesome. Yeah, my battery says 4.7. That's too high, right?
I don't know about it, really. To be honest.
I know it's supposed to be between 12 point something.
Oh yeah, cause batteries be like 12 volts, right?
Yeah, 12.5. If it be up there only at 14, that means the battery overexerting itself. So I don't think I may need an alternator. It's dropping now, but I don't know. You can't hold it down till the morning. I got to get up early in the morning.
Yeah.
In the morning, I'm going to see what's up with this service. Great.
I probably.
The other day, when I did it the other day, it was at, it ain't say 14 point something. It said it was like 13 point something, like 13.2.
Mm-hmm.
And that was high
sick like you ill, right?
Nah, it's just been like 2 days. But I only had a piece. Then I don't know. I seen more earlier. I forgot to even ask him because I was going through my wallet last night and I seen that joint was gone. I'm like, damn.
She got your wallet.
I don't know.
Did you get it from me? You got it from me, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
handed it to you.
I put it in my wallet.
And my junk maybe be overly jerked because I got one headlight out and I'm using the hobby rinse now.
Oh, that junk probably has to start happening to mine. So I'll be using the high beams a lot. So I can't really see out that one light. You gotta make sure you don't leave no lights on or nothing either though. Huh? Damn. Huh? Yeah, I guess. I was trying to get one of them joints. Probably, I don't know. I'll probably hit somebody up.
I'll probably see you in the morning.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
Like sound. Okay.
And strive. It's going to be hard, but strive. The beauty of life is in striving. And then he's got your line here that I've seen that water become stagnant is still. Becomes pure if it runs, but not if it doesn't flow. And a line without leaving its bend can't hunt, and an arrow won't strike without leaving its bow. And then he's like, and at the same time, you're boring here. If the sun stood still, there was no sunrise, there was no sunset, there was no motion, then everybody would be bored with it. Nobody would care about the sun. But its beauty is that and it disappears for a while, and that it rises, and that it sets. And he says, and gold dust is like dust where it's commonly found. Like if you're a Texan, you're average in Texas. Then you go somewhere else, and they're like, "Yo, talking that Southern accent again," right? They get excited about it, right? You're different. You're different. Gold dust is like dust where it's commonly found, and in Islam, oud is just another wooden store. But when one travels, they become sought out. You know, you come to a city like Dallas, and Dallas is known for having like all of the celebrity shuyukh, right? A lot of famous shuyukh here. So people assume, they're like, "Oh, when I go to that sheikh's halqa in the masjid, it must have like 1,000 people there." And then they go and they find that there's like 7 people there. But then when that sheikh travels, right, he's honored like gold. It's got like 1,000 people waiting for him in that city. But it's just known that people just, people get bored of what's consistently present.
Yeah. Have you always been in Houston?
No, I'm from New York.
Really?
Yeah.
How long did you live in New York for?
I lived in New York my whole life, other than 10 years. The last 10 years that I've been in Houston.
Okay, and what brought you to Houston 10 years ago?
That is a great question. So, I moved to Houston for a number of reasons. Part of it is because of the great New York exodus that continues to happen. You guys have a lot of New Yorkers in Dallas as well. Part of it is I had, I was working with another then, and we were opening up an office in Houston. So the opportunity came to move to Houston. And then an important part was studying. I have Sheikh Walid Basuni is one of my most important teachers. And so I wanted to come to Houston to just move and be close to him and study a lot with him. And alhamdulillah, I was able to do that.
Have you been a student of knowledge most of your life, or when did you even start that?
Not most of my life. like a lot of people, it was like late high school, college, and then after that, I became very interested. Yeah, but it started late high school, probably senior year, and then throughout college, and then after that.
What got you into that? Because it's not an easy thing to do. Become a student of knowledge and then become,
I don't know about that. I don't know if it's not easy. I mean, for a lot of people, yeah, it's like anything else. You have to work hard at it. But as far as if it's something that you're interested in, you enjoy, it's not hard. Like it's not something that you're forcing yourself to do.
Right.
Something that you enjoy doing. I would do it the rest of my life, inshallah ta'ala, whether it's in an official capacity or not. It's just something that you're just passionate about, you're interested in.
Yeah, Allah bless you.
I mean, well, yuck. It's like you and podcast, bro. Like, I'm sure you're going to do it for the.
Don't tell my mom that. So
does she even know that you're doing a podcast?
Yeah, she does.
Okay.
It's pretty supportive.
You know who also is very supportive? Dira.
Yeah, Dira Coffee.
Dira Coffee, our sponsors. See how I put that in there?
Sheikh Muhammad's gonna love you for that.
There you go. Shout out to Muhammad and Dira Coffee.
It's like the viewers at this point be like, yeah, we've noticed. We've noticed for sure.
This is pretty good, man. Look at this.
Nice.
Sponsorship game up to the next level.
That actually is their coffee. Do you want more ice?
This is their coffee?
Yeah. Coffee beans.
Nice, mashallah.
You want more ice, by the way?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. And he actually speaks about despair in page 99. Can you tell us his reflections on that?
Let me see here. Yes, he says, إن كنت تغدو في الذنوب جليدا وتخاف من يوم الميعاد وعيدا فلقد أتاك من المهيمن عفوه وأفاض من نعم عليك مزيدا لا تيأسن من لطف ربك في الحشا في بطن أمك مضغة ووليدا لو أراد أن تصلى جهنم خالدا ما كان ألهم قلبك التوحيدا. So he says, if you are a person who is talented in acquiring sins, mashallah, some people they're able to like you're just really good at committing sins. Just talented, mashallah. But at the same time, but you fear a day of recompense and threat. You fear the day of judgment. فلقد أتاك من المهيمن عفوه. How do I translate? The mighty has given you forgiveness, and has granted you more blessings yet. وأفاض من نعم عليك مزيدا. Even more blessings have been cascaded upon you. لا تيأسن من لطف ربك. He said, despair not from your Lord's blessings from within your mother's womb, as a fetus and a child indeed. If he had wished that you reached the hellfire eternally, he would have never inspired your heart to Tawheed. Beautiful. What are you acting like you're the worst of the worst? Allah granted you the gift of Tawheed. Allah made you Muslim. That in and of itself, inshallah ta'ala, is proof that Allah does not want you to enter into the hellfire eternally. I just got to make sure you don't enter at all. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has blessed you already. And how does a person look at all of these blessings that they experience from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? Spiritual blessings, not just the material blessings, but the spiritual blessings. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has guided you to be someone who prays, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has guided you to be someone who fasts Ramadan, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has guided you to, and still think that you are dispelled from the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, expelled from the mercy of Allah. How does a person feel like that? Unless they, number one, are not paying attention to these blessings, or number two, don't know who Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is in the first place. So it's really important to know who Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is, and maybe we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the names of Allah.
Inshallah. Yeah, I honestly thought he was talking directly to me with this, because I feel like I'm pretty talented.
Yeah. No, we all, I'm sure, feel that way. Like that's the feeling of a believer. They're always worried about their sins. That's what Abdullah ibn Mas'ud says too. He said that the believer feels like their sins are a mountain that are going to fall upon them, and the hypocrite just sees their sins like a fly. They just kind of swat at it. They don't really care. It's not a big deal.
I I almost feel sometimes what's weird, this is the thing that gets me just confused, is sometimes I feel like I have to sin in order to get closer to Allah. If I go a long time without sinning, it's almost like my heart hardens. I don't get that.
No, that's really weird. I've never heard that before.
Really? I've never heard that before either. I've always wanted to shift to address it with sin.
I don't know, man. You threw me a curveball, bro. A guy's like, man, when I don't sin, I feel like my eye gets hard. MashaAllah, man. I don't know what you want me to do with that, bro.
This is the first time Raheem's laughed out loud in an episode.
You're like, listen, I have to go commit a sin for my iman. It's like, what?
Alright, let's scratch that.
We're not gonna edit that out. We're not. Right. We'll let the chefs in the comments answer that one for us.
Like I've seen his type before. There's a lot in Egypt.
Are you from Egypt?
My parents are from Egypt, yeah.
First of all, no Egyptian has ever said that before.
Why?
My parents are from Egypt. No Egyptian ever says that, which makes me feel like you're not from Egypt. Because an Egyptian, not only, even if they've never been to Egypt, you ask them where they're from, they're like, I'm from Masr. Even if their grandmother, they just need a grandma. They don't even need like 4 parents. They don't have 4 grandparents. They just need the Egyptian sauce is concentrated. So they just have one grandma. They'll say they're from Egypt. So,
well, actually, both my parents are from Egypt, but I just don't like the national identity.
But you grew up in Maryland.
I grew up in Maryland. Yeah.
Yeah. I was just telling a brother this morning about this. Guys specifically from Virginia and Maryland. This is my theory. They are more because he's from Bangladesh. And he hit me with my parents are from Bangladesh thing. And I said, that's just because you grew up in the DC area post 9/11. These guys are so star-spangled bannered. Nobody else is as star-spangled bannered as the DC community. So post 9/11. So that's what that is. If you had grown up somewhere else in the U.S., you would have been like, I'm from Egypt.
Yeah, Michigan folks and New Yorkers are. You're in New York, yeah.
100%, bro.
You guys love where you're from.
Yeah.
We're America. No. So how about page 87? This is Dunya.
Page 87.
What his comment on this world.
Let's see what he's saying. Inshallah, man. You went through the whole book?
Yeah.
Oh. تموت الأسد في الغابات جوعا ولحم الضأن تأكله الكلاب وعبد قد ينام على حرير وذو نسب مفارشه التراب. So he says a lion dies in the wilderness of hunger while a sheep is ravaged by canines, and a slave may sleep on sheets of silk while a nobleman on dust reclines. I never realized that line has so many S's. A slave may sleep on sheets of silk while a nobleman on dust reclines. And basically, it's not about taqwa and it's not about even nisab. It's not even about virtue. But you might have a person who's completely untalented, a person who's evil, wicked, who is sleeping on sheets of silk, while somebody else who's much more deserving is not. Right? You see people who are uneducated, untalented, all of that type of stuff with incredible wealth. And you find people who work hard and all of that type of stuff, and they don't have a quarter or a fraction of the wealth that that person has. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the one who gives and he withholds, and it's the dunya. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does what he wishes. It's not necessarily merit-based in that sense. Some people Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives a lot to, and some people Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala withholds from. But the akhirah is merit-based. So based on a person's taqwa, based on their righteous deeds, inshallah ta'ala, they'll receive their reward in full for what they did.
So how does a person in that state where they work a lot and yet they don't have much money, their risk hasn't increased, how do they reconcile that in their mind and stay patient?
Well, you're seeing it consistent in the philosophy of Shafi'i, right? So he says earlier in the poem, he says, and your risk will not increase though late it may arrive, and it will. He says, and your risk will not decrease though late it may arrive, and it will not increase though one may slave and strive. So he's like, your risk will not increase though one may slave and strive. Right? At the same time, we understand through tawakkul that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has placed certain means for you to acquire whatever it is that you want to acquire. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has placed the means for rizq that you work hard, for example. But that doesn't mean that working hard guarantees for you that rizq. Working hard is required to get rizq, for example, but working hard does not necessitate that you get rizq, right? So it's like getting married is required to have children, but there are people who get married and they don't have children, right? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala places the means, you seek the means, while at the same time recognizing that at the end of the day, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the ultimate one who makes those means effective or not. So your heart is always attached to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, even as your hands are busy with the means. And so tawakkul is that your hands are busy, but your heart is still. Your hands are busy doing whatever it is that you need to get done, but your heart is still, because it is unwavering from that station of relying on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, not relying on anything else.
Yeah. And I think he reflects on that even more on his other poem, Worries of Tomorrow, on page 100.
Yeah.
And like you're saying, he encompasses everything, honestly, with his poems.
Yeah. So he says, إذا أصبحت عندي قوت يومي فخلي الهم عني يا سعيد ولا تخطر هموم غد ببالي فإن غدا له رزق جديد أسلم إن أراد الله أمرا فأترك ما أريد لما يريد. So if I awake with the essentials for my day, then don't worry me, may you be blessed. Don't invoke the concerns of tomorrow to me, for tomorrow will have a new sustenance. I surrender my will if Allah desires an affair, and leave what I aspire for what He desires. So he's like, man, if I got enough for today, then leave me alone. Don't stress me out about a 401k. Don't stress me out about summer vacation. Don't stress me out about it. Tomorrow, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will provide for me like He provided for me today. And that's reflective of the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, which is really beautiful hadith, where he says, it's reported by Tirmidhi, he says, من أصبح منكم آمنا في سربه معافا في بدنه يملك قوت يومه فكأنما حيزت له الدنيا. He says, whoever of you woke up healthy in their body, safe in their dwelling, with enough sustenance for today, then it's like they have the entire world rolled out for them. If you just have these four things, you're alive, you're healthy, you are safe, and if you've got enough money for today, not for tomorrow, but just for today, it's like you have the entire world rolled out for you. Nobody else has more than you. If you're healthy, you're safe, and you've got enough money for today, and you're alive. Oh, by the way, sorry, man, but there's one poem that I have to go over.
Sure.
But because we haven't talked about his envy, like the envy that people have for him, and not only the envy that people have for him, but the harm that he was exposed to from people. Again, you think of someone like a Shafi'i, you think of someone who the entire world reveres and respects and loves.
It's on page 88, 89, 95, and 97. He has a lot of poems about
yeah, dealing with it. So this is a beautiful metaphor. He says, يخاطبني السفيه بكل قبح فأكره أن أكون له مجيبا يزيد سفاهة فأزيد حلما كعود زاده الإحراق طيبا. Beautiful man. He says, a fool speaks to me with all vulgarity, so I hate to respond likewise in turn. They increase in their evil, I increase in forbearance, like fragrance that becomes, like incense that becomes more fragrant when burnt. A fool speaks to me with all vulgarity, I hate to respond likewise in turn. they increase in their evil and increase in forbearance, like incense that becomes more fragrant when burned. You burn me, all I do is smell better. That's it. Right? It's beautiful symbolism.
Do you want to do the one with dealing with the wicked as well? The next page.
Well, let's see. So he says, قل ما شئت في مسبة عرضي فسكوتي عن اللئيم جواب ما أنا عادم الجواب لا ما أنا عادم الجواب ولكن ما ضر الأسد إن أن يجيب أن نجيب الكلاب. So he says, so he says, say what you wish in attacking my honor. My silence to the wicked is sufficient of sounds. It is not that I'm lacking response, but the mind is not in need of responding to nouns.
And there's a lot of times where, especially in the Muslim community, where reputation is everything. I mean, it really is in general. And even when you learn as a student of knowledge how much reputation is important and hold your tongue and all of this stuff. So when someone's reputation is burned, when someone's reputation is placed on the line, and we see that actually with many popular scholars that you've mentioned earlier, how do we deal with that?
Cover more ground in the fuel-efficient Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid. Kia, movement that inspires.
What do you mean? How does who deal with it?
And there's cancel culture. There's cancel culture within communities. There's cancel culture on YouTube. So the bigger you are, the bigger the cancel. The smaller you are, it'll happen within. I've seen people get burned all the time. But how do they turn that burn into a fragrance, into an incense?
I mean, there's the idea of the beautiful phrase, I will not the fact that you disobeyed Allah regarding me, make me disobey Allah regarding you. So if someone lies about me, then I'm not going to lie about you. If you disobeyed Allah and you didn't do the things that Allah commanded for you to do regarding me, such as, for example, إن جاءكم فاسق بنبأ فتبينوا أن تصيبوا قوما بجهالة فتصبحوا على ما فعلتم نادمين. If a person comes to you with news, a transgressor comes to you with news, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says فتبين. Allah says in Surah Al-Hujurat, He says then clarify, seek clarification. So clarification means that I ask that person, so and so saying such and such, is this true? That person comes back and says, no, it's not true. I swear by Allah, that's not true. Or that's not what I intended, or this or this or this, right? So I'm seeking excuses for that person. But even before seeking excuses for that person, I'm seeking clarification from that person. That's what we're required to do. People don't do that, right? They just hear a rumor and then they talk about it in their WhatsApp groups or their iMessage groups, and then they come to a conclusion. And then based on that, or they go and they spread it even more, right? And all of these, of course, all of that is haram, 100%. For you to go and to speak about a person, the Prophet ﷺ says, "Kullu muslimi ala muslimi haram." Every aspect of a believer is haram. It is sacred regarding another believer, meaning you're not allowed to touch it. What is it? Their blood and their wealth and their honor. It's not allowed for me to speak about a person's honor, and that's backbiting. And backbiting is of the major sins. The Prophet ﷺ says, that you mention about your brother that which they would dislike, and who would like for a lie to be spread about them. And in fact, the prohibitions with regards to slander, backbiting are very, very severe. So it's very, very important that we adopt these Quranic commands with regards to how you deal with rumors and spread of rumors. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah Al-Nur, why did not the believers think well of themselves? Meaning when the accusation, the slander of Aisha began to be spread, Allah said, why did not the believers think well of themselves? Like, not just think well of her, but you're thinking well of your own self. Like we're all part and parcel. We're all one body, right? And so you speaking ill of sisters is in fact thinking ill of yourself, right? So one of the things is that you just wait, that we don't have a culture of just immediately commenting on things that we don't know about, which is part of why I wasn't commentating too much on the event that happened yesterday because I don't know what's going on. Me speaking about it in detail would be me talking about what I don't know. And it's important, I think, that we develop the quality of just, you know what, let's not rush to conclusions. Let's not hypothesize and put these things out into the air without having basic facts down, not developing that type of a culture. And then number two, um, even then, thinking well of our brothers and sisters as best as we can. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't cancel people. There's an aspect of tawbah, there's an aspect of redemption. And our goal is to try as best as we can when a person does make a mistake that we protect them, protect those around them, as well as create an opportunity for them, inshallah ta'ala, to eventually be redeemed as best as we can.
Let's go on to your poems.
Yeah, sure. No problem.
You have one on the dowry, the convert experience in marriage. These are all marriage and love, and I'd love for you to
So why do you pick all of the marriage and love poems? What's going on?
Well, I think it's something that people deal with, and it would resonate with them, and it resonates with me as well. I think converts, their experience in marriage is something very real. I was actually just sitting with a convert the other day, and he was saying how if it wasn't for Islam being true, he wouldn't be Muslim because he's trying to get married and the
For sure. You know that song? You ain't never heard that? Cash Cobain and Bait Swag? Like for sure. For sure. What you gotta do, what you gotta do, what you gotta do. You know, eat your rice, eat your cabbage stew. You move beds, I ain't mad at you. For sure. You in the house?
I said word. I need a sub though, so. Yeah.
For sure. I take drugs.
I know you do.
You know what I'm saying?
Right now.
For sure. For sure.
Right now. Where we gonna go? What, the Jeep? Or what?
Corvette.
Corvette.
Oh, that's me. Hold up.
Oh, you in the picture? Ain't no damn
Cut
Corvette.
back to over your ass back in your cabbage stew. You eat your rice in your damn guns in your cabbage stew.
That's a Corvette?
For sure.
Stop playing.
For sure.
Now for real, man. Huh?
You in Orlando?
Damn. I live right there?
You in Orlando?
Do I live right there?
I don't know.
Alright. Since you don't know.
I'm not for sure.
You definitely not. Matter of fact, I think Sizzy, I'm about to say, see if my brother got some.
He at work?
Yeah.
No, late Thursday.
Right.
sure. What's this floating in my drink? I call that a drink in my two-step. Oh, a drink in my two-step. For sure. I got the iPhone 16.
Well, it's new. It's new or something.
Yeah, the baby. It's a city. Oh, that's me. Hold up. In the advanced bag, in the advanced bag, seeing Dana moves. In your cabbage tube, in the easy rice with your cabbage tube. Got the button on the side, like big, in your cabbage tube. For sure. See my daughter want to look like me too. For sure. You ain't never hear that song for real?
I ain't been listening to music for a little bit, for a
Man,
while.
you used to be my little music partner, bro. I was actually just sing you songs. Like, you heard this? For sure. Why you trying to come out? Want me to come grab you?
Yeah. Oh, wait, let me see what my brother
You gotta
said.
say for sure. You gotta say for sure. You gotta let me.
Wait. And yeah, he said you got any food in the car? It's over.
For sure. Yeah, that thing just got took down.
Yo, pull up.
It was wild seeing Beyonce
Wait. I think I heard that one before. You,
That was Ines. That nigga said it was wild seeing Beyonce wild. He said the clips with fuzzy eyes. They don't make dinosaurs for us show eyes.
he be fake going off.
That's with two E's and two money.
He don't got it?
It's Enes.
I said he don't got it.
It's Enes with two E's and two money.
That's alright.
He said, what the? What's the purpose of that? Yeah, for sure.
Bro, I'm on 19th, bro. Stop playing with me. For sure, though.
Let me turn my tongue on. For sure.
Right. Bro, I'm not gonna do this. Alright. Alright. Saying you Sheikh Ahmed because of this. Fat cat. Use a fat cat. You know me. Oh, that's good.